Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. It's okay. I only spent about 4 hours off camera today. Yeah, no, like essentially all of the roaming that I've done here, and as you can see by the dots, I've actually roamed quite far. Not a big fan. In fact, what's really strange is like, well, I'll show this off in a minute, but large swaths of terrain I couldn't navigate by sight. And I know this sounds like a really weird complaint, but it felt off to me. Like, they reused the terrain, but then they changed the terrain enough that I can't use the terrain to navigate. And I get why they do that. It just irritates me a little bit. And no, I don't have any of the parts to make anything right now. Although I do have an idea for a thing I want to build later once I find a bunch of parts. But anyways. Well, the problem is, in order to get the helmet... okay, let me explain what happened, because this is kind of funny. What I mean, can't navigate it. Hang on, let me start this quest first. Because I stumbled into this quest last night and realized it was a quest, and was like, wait. So, should we tell the newspaper what happened here? Absolutely, we'll tell the whole story to the Lucky Clover Gazette, and no one else. They'll take it sass, I don't know how we'll get the word of this to them, though. Lucky Clover Gazette is the Hebrew region. They're working out of a stable, I heard. Okay, that should be it. Hang on. Did that not actually start? That apparently did not actually start. Well, whatever. This is a quest. Yeah, no, exactly. So Bionic Punk has the right of it. Oh, Jesus, Jesse's mask. I'm sorry. Or, sorry, Jesse Ward. Sorry. So, let me go to Kakariko. Yep, here we go. Let me go to Kakariko. Now, maybe I'm the idiot here. But when I was heading east, because that just felt like a natural way to go, because I actually know the area east of here very, very well. It's like my stomping ground in Breath, right? It's the spot that I hit the most often and had the most interactions with. You know, we've got Hiteno, we've got Kakariko, and we've got the plains in between. But as I was traveling, I just couldn't look around and recognize places. And it's because the terrain has changed enough, and I don't just mean like the stuff on the terrain, the actual terrain has changed enough that I was just like... And I actually had issues with navigating it. For example, this is Kakariko. Now, granted, it's of course it's pouring rain while I'm trying to make this point, and nighttime. But several times I would look at this and be like, "Hang on, where am I? Where am I going?" And it took several iterations of the only not signpost, landmark that's the same, which is that building right here, this one right here, to make me go, "Oh yeah." And that is actually where I was trying to get, over there, onto that hit ridge. But it looks so different. Probably, in fact. And this is obviously a minor example, but it's one that jumped out at me immediately. Because just, again, trying to navigate to Hiteno, I couldn't actually find Hiteno based on just looking around. And of course, obviously, I don't actually have the map yet. As you can see, I haven't actually interacted with the spires yet. So I can't use the map to get where I'm going, so I had to just kind of blindsided until I got over here to Hiteno. And again, I'm not sure if I'm willing to call this a good or a bad thing yet, but it definitely was throwing me, because I know this map pretty well. I actually have a pretty decent geographic sense, and I've played this game, Breath of the Wild, a lot. Hell, I even did all shrines in Breath of the Wild, so yeah. There's also weird spots where, like, the terrain is obviously different because they're accommodating the fact that, you know, one of the shrines or one of the towers isn't there anymore. Having said that, there was a very specific reason... Oh, I hate those, Echo. There's a very specific reason I was heading to Kakariko, and I want to show this off to you if that's okay with you. And like I said, it's hard to say if that's a good or a bad thing, because, like, arguably it's a good thing, right? They've used the terrain and changed it enough to be a new terrain. But, like, on the other hand, it's kind of frustrating because you'd think they should use the terrain to the advantage of people who could then navigate the terrain. And, in fact, I have a specific example of this concept. Link Between Worlds. Link Between Worlds went out of its way. It's not literally copy-pasted, but the overworld map of both worlds is very, very similar to Link to the Past. So if you know LTTP, you can navigate ALBY, or ALBW, excuse me, just from visuals, right? Just from memory. which is kind of cool, especially since they then play with it. Because not everything is in the same spot, but like if there's, to use a random example, if there's a heart piece on this one ledge that you remember from LTTP, in LB, in Link Between Worlds, you might be inclined to go over there, and it's like, oh, there's not a heart piece there, but there's something else there. Like, literally, your knowledge of the terrain was something they used to guide you to new stuff. It's very cool. And honestly, one of the rare times I've seen someone pull off something like that. But anyways, I'm getting off topic. So, I was actually coming here specifically at the Great Fairy Fountain. So here's the Great Fairy Fountain. This also used to be a good source of fairies, which is the other main reason I was here. Is she down there? I actually haven't jumped. I have not been back down to the depths. I didn't want to do any depths off camera. At least not at the moment. Now, what's doubly funny is I did, in my roaming, actually stumble into a fairy fountain, which is where I kind of stumbled into that stables. I have done a couple of quests. So far, all the quests are X of Ys. One of them was actually kind of funny, though. It was a quest where I had to get rid of all the tumbleweeds in a garbage pit, which I succeeded at, of course. But it was really frustrating because getting rid of tumbleweeds is a huge hassle in-game, just like it is in real life. So what I ended up doing was putting them all in a pile, setting one of them in fire, and letting time do the rest. No, I haven't fought, like, anything. I have 4 hearts and no gear. Although I do have the 2 pieces of the barbarian gear. Speaking of which, the other thing I wanted to share... Where's my armor? So obviously, I did actually get these 2 pieces, and this is honestly probably going to be my endgame gear. There's apparently 2 other suits that are slightly better, that are very endgame, which I might not even bother with because they involve farming the star shards in order to upgrade. So, yeah. Instead, I'm probably just going to stick with barbarian gear again. It's whatever. Thing is... Oh, yeah, I'll talk about the mask in just a second. But the thing is, I got... so I stumbled into... I think it was the chest piece on accident. Hang on. Where was the... Was it this one? Yeah, it's whatever one was in here. It's in the middle of this cavern system right here. The Walnut Mountain Cave. And so it was like somewhere in here. And I was like, oh, cool. And then I was like, well, you know what? I might as well look up where the other suit pieces are. So I looked up the other one, which was the chest piece, which was up here, I think. No, it's up here. It's up here. It was this one right here. This is what led me to the stables, consequently. But then I looked up the third one. Now, I was actually going to poke at the third one. The third one is, oh God, I actually don't remember where. It's somewhere. I probably should have marked the damn thing. But that would involve using your brain, and we all know I don't have a brain. But it had this weird red wall stuff, which screams, use an item to get past me. So you might imagine, I don't have any items yet, and before you ask, bombs didn't work. So apparently I'm going to have to get some kind of an item, ignore that, at some point in order to progress. But I said I'd talk about the Bokoblin Mask. Up here, there's this pond cave, and when I went in here, there was one of those frog things, and there was the monster guy out front, and he was like, hey, what's up? If only someone would get... what are they called? Apparently I'm blind. Oh, here they are, these things. If only someone would get these bubble gems for me. Gosh, that sure would be awesome. But alas, nobody has those. So I went and killed it, got the bubble gem. He was like, thanks, buddy. I need even more bubble gems. Give me more bubble gems. And in response, he gave me the Bokoblin Mask. Speaking of, you may or may not have noticed, I've been getting shrines as I go, but I haven't completed any of them. Well, yeah, fast travel spots are always invaluable in this game. I also haven't gotten any other towers. Well, that's not true. I got one other tower. The other tower I found was like, hey, do this side quest. And I was like, yeah, I'll come back to that. There is a better outfit in-game, bionic punk. In fact, there are 2. Well, so far I'm not sure, but I am pretty low on arrows. Like, actually, I think I'm down to 1. So, I have to be a little careful with my arrows right now. Okay, bottomless pit. Cool, cool. Why can't I grab that? There's no way that's out of range. It's right there. That's weird. Okay, whatever. Oh, and I also got 4 additional broken weapons. Off camera. So we're up to 26 right now. Okay. You know, that's a good question. I'm not actually sure. Well, we actually have the numbers to figure that out right now, because we know how long Breath of the Wild was, and we had 109 breaks in Breath of the Wild. I don't remember the hours off the top of my head. That's a shame, Dame Celeste. Come on. 1.56 weapons per hour. That's a hell of a ratio. I don't know if we'll surpass it or not. Oh, hey. A magic staff. I think it's our first magic staff, actually. Oh, dead. Well, they tricked me. Come on, game. One thing I'm curious about is if we're going to have to choose between stamina and hearts again. Because as I pointed out, that arguably was not a good thing in the previous game. How did you do it, Ross? How much are we up to? One more. Okay. So let's get the Hateno one. Hateno? I mean, stamina was progression in Breath of the Wild. That was a good thing. I stand by that statement. The problem was the hearts. You know, I don't know if this feels like the appropriate Trials experience. There we go. Oh, yeah. That's how it should be. Yes. Yes! No, I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm memeing. I apologize. Good morning, Dream Whisperer. Yeah, this song is such an improvement over that one in so many ways. Oh, yeah, speaking of which, so big, blinding, gloomy glare. So there's something I can do to adjust this. I can do it on the stream layer, which is this. Actually, I already have the preset set up. I'm not sure if that's any better or not, but I thought I'd leave it on for a bit, see what people think of it. The problem is, it's just, wow. Yeah, no, it's like, it's not great for dark areas. Hello? And it doesn't really get rid of the glare, ironically. Why is that? Hang on one second. Can I mod this game? Not really, no. There we go. Okay, hang on. Sorry. So let's look at the fog of death up there. Oh, of course, I'm actually not at the fog of death right now. There we go. So there's some nice glare. Perfect. Okay, so that's not going to do anything. Hang on. Hang on. That's not what I asked it to do, you stupid thing. God, that just makes it worse. I'm not sure I can actually fix that. We can make it see-through, so now there's just stars everywhere. This is just how we play Zelda now. Yeah, this is the space zone. I don't think any of these are gonna work. Damn it! All right, that's just trash. It's just, it's such it's the bloom. The problem is the bloom. It's not even really the brightness. It's the bloom. And there's no, like, fixing bloom on a post-processing thing. Reduced luminosity? Yeah, sure. Bzz. There you go. Luminosity has been reduced. Also, I screwed something up, so I need to go fix that really quick. One moment, please. It's a Voyager set. It's your hell. I could do it on my screen, but it's going to be the exact same result, Dream Whisper. It's just going to look the same way. It'll just be for me instead of you. I'm just going to live with it. Sigh. One moment. I need to actually take a screenshot here really quick of some settings so I can copy-paste them. I apologize for the delay. I actually screwed up something earlier, so that's on me. Okay, so this needs to be negative 50.2. This needs to be 477. That needs to be 600. That needs to be 0, and it needs to be set to the mic. There, perfect. Apologies. Okay. I guess I should actually start solving whatever puzzle this is. Hang on, did I? Yep, time to play bingo. Wrong button. Wrong button. I'll use the buttons at some point, I swear. Good morning, Eva. Delicious paper. So far, I'm not sure. I've only done a couple of them, and that's part of what we're doing right now, is doing several of these shrines. I think if you put a gun to my head right now, which you just tend to do all the time, Bonnie, but I don't know what it is. I think you're an American. But if you put a gun to my head, I would say they're probably better, if for literally no other reason than the fact that we have such better kit in order to deal with them. Breath of the Wild shrines could be fun and interesting, but they just weren't... like, there was a patterning to them, right? And some of them were much, much more interesting than others. You know? Like, there were a lot of throwaway shrines back in Breath. Oh, that sucks, Dark Red. And then the combat shrines... honestly... those got old pretty fast. We're actually leaving. Oh, I forgot to... whatever. I'll go back to Hiteno in a second. I haven't done anything in Hiteno at all. I literally just walked through getting the shrine on my way to getting the other shrine. Combat Shrine. Not to be confused with Combat Time. And that's a reference nobody is going to get. Because that is a direct reference. Could you stop having the red outline, please? OBS. Thank you. Oh yeah, I left something at the mall. I'm telling you, teleportation is OP. That would be nice, Ross, and I agree with you completely. Being able to force a reset would be extraordinarily invaluable. Okay. Okay. I need it. Let's do it. My last arrow. Whee! I'm now out of arrows. I have, and I can't. In fact, it's actually easy to point out because you'll notice it's literally grayed out right there. See? Can't even select it. Hey, loner. I was just thinking, you know what would make this game better? A hook shot. Prove me wrong. Oh man, 2 hook shots. That's even better. Taking its time, taking its time. Almost. 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 Holy crap, that momentum. Yeah, let's just have Just Cause 3 with the mod in, shall we? Oh my god, go into the hole! It's like the world's most boring golf tournament. Insert your own golf joke here. They're all good, really. Okay. Not sure what the point of this was, but whatever. It's quota. No, wrong way, wrong way, wrong way! Ham. Let's see what happens. Well, it definitely got the ball over there. And there it goes. Right into the pit. Okay, I have an idea. It's a terrible idea, but that's what all ideas are. That appeared to work, so I'm with it. I have no idea what the intended solution to there is, but it almost assuredly is not whatever I just did. Oh, that would make sense, Drakaji. I was just thinking I can't do it the normal way because I don't have any arrows. So I couldn't hit the damn thing. Okay, so... Oh, right. I can't actually... It's true. I agree completely, Darkrai. Well, there has definitely been some plot progression. As was mentioned earlier, there's definitely a higher plot focus, which is kind of funny because I've been avoiding the plot like the plague ever since I left the tutorial. I do have enough for more stamina, but since I'm right here anyways... Still don't know what these rocket things are. Where's the stupid thing? I tried hitting them. Why would I try hitting a rocket? No, I have not tried that. Well, the main reason I haven't done it is actually very, very simple. I don't want to do too much off camera. So, I actually already talked to this guy, and he's like, hey. So what's going on? The terminal here needs repair, so I came to fix it, but the door won't open. I don't know why. It isn't locked, but it won't budge. I know it's a sliding door. Look, I worked up an appetite. I would get some tasty mushrooms. Caves at the bottom of the hill. Okay, so obviously I don't have whatever mushroom he wants. So I need to find a cave at the bottom of the hill. And then I need to eat him because he's a bird. And I love a good chicken breast. And we can't break through a thin door. Oh yeah, there's that asshole. I keep avoiding him. Cave at the bottom of the... What? I don't have any arrows, so I have to get creative here. And yes, I've been getting these as I go because I'm stupid. Cave at the bottom of the hill. Is there a way to grind rupees in here? So just for the hell of it, I decided to look up how to grind rupees, and the best grinding method that people apparently have come up with is to cheat the game and exploit it to gain about 200 rupees every several minutes, which sounds achingly slow to me. And apparently that's the best method to grind in the game. Not what I would normally refer to as a good sign. No, there's a specific trial thing you do where you have to like hit a bullseye, and if you hit a bullseye you get 200 rupees. And then you like teleport there, and then you do it over and over and over again with the recall. We'll see how bad that actually is in practice. Because, yeah, that sounds awful to me. I have not seen any caves over here. See, admittedly, I also don't know how much things cost in this game. I've encountered very little in the way of cost so far. So if everything is drastically cheaper, then no complaints, right? Oh, I agree, Matt Overlord. It was nice visuals. Hang on, Dragon. I am probably blind. But first... something I didn't recognize. Can restore health depleted by gloom. Interesting. one of those, of course. Which reminds me, I need to check on that, too, before we hit the Rito area. Over here? I don't see anything. But I am blind. It's under the tower. Okay. Well, that's an interesting question, Trihexia. I have not played Helldivers 2, so I can only speak from, third-person perspective there. But from what I've heard from people I know who actually are playing the game, the biggest problem is the fan base is a bunch of entitled winnies. Also known as every fan base ever. So yeah, this stuff. This is the wall I ran into, more or less, literally. Okay. Sure. Well, maybe not, because I can just push through this. Was anything I just got in there good enough for you? Because I didn't get anything new in there. The biggest reason I haven't gotten to Helldivers 2 right now, other than the fact that we're playing other games for our co-op night, is the fact that it requires a Sony account to play. Which is basically a non-starter for us. Backlog. What did it ever do to you? What do you think they see when Link does that? Not yet a Battlefield, at least not that I've seen. Yeah, it's just Link. It's just Link. Relax, relax. Hello, Darkfall Souls. Plenty of claymores in here, at least. This seems very safe, too. Let's just knock out a bunch of support struts in a cave that's in a mountain. No, game. Yeah, directly under a tower. That would be awesome, Playtable. Oh, you knocked out too much. Game over. I have no arrows. Sure. That didn't like anything. I can blade roll, but I don't have any arrows. You know what? Let's throw this magic staff I'm never gonna use. Still haven't gotten the mushrooms this asshole wanted. That's cool. This was all for nothing, in other words. Oh, okay, hang on. I sort of gave up on the ascending thing because it just wasn't leading anywhere. Yeah, I fixed it for you. Oh yeah, speaking of which. I wonder if those were in there to begin with and just fell over, or if some monster did that on purpose. Either way, it helped. Fix. Wasn't a big problem. Little oil cleaned it right up. I'm gonna hurry on ahead, so this is goodbye. Teleprompt. Yeah, I didn't find any freaking mushrooms, but whatever. I ascended to a lower plane. Hold on a second. That would mean... don't worry about it. Yeah, not the game for people who are not a fan of height. Alright, is there anywhere I want to go right now? Around here. Dual peaks. No, wrong button. Wrong button again. All the wrong buttons. Okay, so. Where's the ground? There's the ground. I found the ground, everybody! Whew, that's a close one. Let's see. It. I don't think we have the stamina to really go anywhere, unfortunately. Which is a damn shame, because it'd be a great place to get around, except, you know, we don't have any stamina. There it is. I was actually going the wrong way, and that's a shame, because I'm, like, out of stamina now. I wanted to get up there. And we drown. No, really, there's no winning this, so we're just gonna let the drown happen. Just gonna let that happen. Oh, that's right, I dreamed. I had the weirdest dream just now, guys. It was weird. It's weird. Yeah, stamina was one of the weird things they got almost perfect last time. The big downside was the fact that it was used for sprinting, which I continue to disagree with. But other than that, stamina was very well designed. This should not be a thing. That should not be a thing. Oh god, in Skyward, it was so weird going from Breath to Skyward. In so many ways, but especially in how much worse stamina was. God. How is it staying up there? You know what? I don't even care. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay. In that case, oh, hang on, first. There we go. No, I am not. Breath of the Wild murdered my children, and my parents, and my puppy, and was also the second coming of Christ. Because that's what the internet is, right? And has been for like a decade. God. There's no in between. It's the best everything or it's the worst of everything. So sick of that. No. What's with the spikes? Who cares? It either put... I mean, I get why we're all like that, right? Because for years and years, going back to the early aughts, we've had moral choice systems in games. And those moral choices have always been either, I'm going to put your children through college, or I'm going to murder your children. And so, like, the world, the moral choice systems programmed us to believe that there's only the two extremes, nothing else. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we have become the Sith. Yeah, Mass Effect, Fable, KOTOR, Infamous. Infamous is a funny one. Because in Infamous, it really is just such an all-or-nothing thing. Yes, I'm going to send one of my kids into slavery so I can send the other one to college. So this just... No? Oh, that's messed up. Okay, cool. So... What? That's true, that's true. We can be horrifically evil, hilariously good, or, if we feel like being snarky, snarky. That ball really does not want to stay. It's just like, no. My people need me. Got it. Behold the solution. Ah! No. Okay, forget it. Forget it. Yeah. There. It works. No. The most fun part of the game so far. Oh, jeez. Don't ask me that. Now I'm being put in the spot. Evo's putting me on the spot, everyone. Apparently can't adhere anything to the anvil on this side. Or in general. Okay. I did like merging a bow with a stick. That was enjoyable. Okay. If I hit the Google point, that's usually the sign. Bionic Punk. The problem is, I don't even know what I'm trying to solve here. Like, I haven't even... You know how that works, right? Like, you can't solve a puzzle if you don't know what you're trying to do. And I don't know what I'm trying to do. I'm still trying to figure out what anything does. Like, how do I launch that way? If I had stasis, I'd already have solved this. Perfect. I have made a lollipop. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a crafting god. Yeah, I'm curious now. Aw. Okay. So, like, this thing doesn't do anything. Like, this is what keeps throwing me. What is this thing in the middle, and why is it here? Like, it looks like some kind of impact hammer, but nothing interacts with it. I can't grab it. I can't activate it. Yeah, it looks like we can grab stuff onto it. There's nothing up. That... Okay. I'm gonna let that go. I was gonna say, deja vu. That's not what would have happened, but sure, I can live with that. Wow. Okay. Okay. Yeah. That's how you solve the puzzle. Waited way too long there. Alright, I give up. I give up. This is officially a waste of my time. What stupid goddamn thing am I missing? Other than this switch, which was already something I was missing. Use the plate. What plate? This plate over here? You know, the irony, Dim Red, is I can't bomb arrow the target because I have no arrows! Ah! Damn. Is there a way to get arrows? There wasn't really a way to get arrows last game. I don't know about this game. Of course I wasn't. Yes. So I need to buy arrows, which once again goes back to the rupee problem. Well, then it sucks to be me, Evo, because that's where I am right now. By the way, I am out of arrows right now. Come on, I'm right here. See me. See me! Oh. I don't actually know, Jesse Ward. Look, I could kill those enemies, but I have very few hearts, very little armor, and no weapons to speak of, and no arrows. This is not the time to be fighting enemies. That can two-shot me, by the way. Can I skip these? Nope. Okay. Skip a lot of cutscenes in this game, but you can't skip those ones for some reason. Well, I was going to go for an island, but that's a shooting star. That might be worth the effort. I do like that bionic. That is way over there. Well, that's the angle, but I do not have the stamina to make that happen. And it's almost daytime. There's no way. There's no way I'll make that in time. I'm gonna go for it, but this is not happening. Well, that looks fun. And here's the real problem. I'm not sure I can actually cross this river with the stamina I have. Yeah, no, I was the same way, Doom Rider. I tend to avoid combat whenever possible because it's just too punishing to do combat. Okay. What? Well, and it's 5. Well, it's definitely gone if it's leaving at 5. Jesus Christ, let me climb the goddamn thing, you piece of garbage! It's like 1 additional foot. You piece of crap. Anyways, it's long gone. But what really pisses me off is I might have actually managed that if not for the fact that I could not get up that frickin' cliff. Let's look at the Korok seed while I'm here. Hey, give me your seed. And get out of my face. Why is it 5 arrows instead of 10 or 15 or 20 or 50? Real question. Arrows are useful for many things in the first game and are useful for even more things in the second game. Why restrict that? I mean, I'm going to be really honest. You know one of the changes I would have made to Tears? This is true. I would have made arrows a cooldown. Bombs from the first game. In other words, infinite. You literally have infinite arrows. There's a cooldown, just like bombs. But you always have arrows. And especially in a game like this where you can attach stuff to arrows. Yeah, exactly. Just giving you the bow rune. I can even picture it. You like reach out and like as you're doing this animation, this like blue, you know, energy looking thing just appears there. And then you know. See, what I would do, I would make there be like an optional item, probably a helmet, given how this game works. And that helmet makes you go... and probably lowers the cooldown, you know, to have some kind of non-cosmetic effect. Oh, that actually makes even more sense. That's the, God, what do you call that? Probably bionic. Yeah, no, FF14... WoW actually invented that, believe it or not. It's one of the very, very, very few things WoW invented. And they used it immediately over in Diablo 3. To good effect. I can't think... the charges, that's it. The charges system. God. I can't think of the damn term. Although now that I'm saying it out loud, I'm not sure if D3 or WoW invented it, but one of the two did. Oh, we're here. This is Mount Satori. And that's a tree. That would make sense, actually, Bionic Punk. Although I'm curious how much of time is altered and how much of time is completed. You know the saying, Type 2 versus Type 1. But yeah, if she changed history, then it would make sense if, you know, all this stuff is different now, as a direct result of that. Okay. That's strange. I was gonna go that route, Dakota. I'd probably have there be, for lack of a better way to put it, like, just innate charge would always come back. That's your basic cooldown, right? Did they get rid of... or am I in the wrong spot? God, it's hard to tell. I think I'm in the wrong spot. So there's always something charging up, right, to give you charges. But... if you get into, like, a mana-rich area, or a place where there's just a whole lot of magical energy or whatever, that's the kind of thing that charges it much, much faster. Just fills the sucker to the brim immediately. I think I've got bright blooms for days at this point, Jesus. Shika. Honestly, what's the difference? Don't mind me, I'm just stealing your donuts. It's fine. This is all an above-board operation, I swear. Listen, it's okay. Everything I do is in service of saving the kingdom against the great evil. So you know everything I do is allowed. It's the hero card. Well, the carrots are still here, so that's nice. Not actually the thing I wanted. Sure, I'm just taking pictures of a lady without her consent. Or knowledge. Much less creepy than it sounds, I swear.
Savak. Ah.
You're quite the handsome Vo, aren't you? See, it's okay. It's all fine. To meet in such a romantic place, could you be the Vo I was destined to fall in love with? You know, I haven't been playing Tears for very long, and this is already the second woman who's hit on me. I can tell just from the look in your face, you do not come here in search of your one true love. That's too bad. Still, in a place as magical as this, I really do believe I'll finally meet the handsome Vo of my dreams. Until then, let me tell you a rumor I heard about cherry blossom trees. Apparently there's a strange creature called a Satori. Yep. Cool. Bye. Nope, remember, canonically, Zelda and Link are not together. For some reason. I'm sorry, of all of the ridiculous things about the Zelda franchise, and this is true of the whole franchise, I don't get why they insist that Zelda and Link are not a couple. In every continuity. In every iteration of them. Fine, I'll leave a fruit. Here you go. No, you're right, of course, Meadfist. But again, and I talked about this in previous runs of Zelda games, they have been psychotic about how much they insist that these two are not a couple. Including the ones in Breath and Tears, specifically. Hello. Okay. Those are the bubbles I haven't gotten yet, aren't they? 'Cause that's a cave I was just in, and I know I didn't get one in there. Oh, it's just cave entrances? Okay. Well, never mind on that, then. Gotta die to some wolves. Ah, so, the check mark, right? I'm gonna take it back. I'm glad that they never officially confirmed that any given Link and Zelda are a couple. I don't trust most of the Zelda writers to write a proper relationship well. What the hell? What? Nopey nope. Look, I didn't touch that scroll. I was just staring at it through the camera. Oh, look at me. I mean, the whole incest thing is sort of a joke, haha, but then think about Spirit Tracks for just a second. Because we actually know that Spirit Tracks occurs about 100 years after Phantom Hourglass. So, there's not a lot of options there, you know? God, I hate will they, won't they. You know what irritates me the most about will they, won't they? I'm not what you'd call the kind of person who gets particularly invested in fictional relationships to begin with. Like, I'm not much of a shipper. And that's what irritates me the most about it. Is because I don't care so much as you pick a lane and commit to it. And will they, won't they is, by definition, not picking a lane. Yeah, I love ships. Not relationships. Big difference. Big difference. Well, this is where the wolves were, but I'm still not seeing them. Did they just get rid of the durian? I mean, that's fine. I can look up a spot later. There was a concerted effort to get rid of all of the durians in the world. They actually got rid of durian. They actually did get rid of durians. Okay, okay. Well, that was the only reason I was here. So let's move on, shall we? Yeah. And now I need to find a source of radishes then, I guess. I haven't seen any yet, and I've been keeping an eye out for it. They were harvested to extinction. That actually would make a lot of sense. We did it. We wiped out a whole species. You know, the great irony is I absolutely could spend all those in one place. That would be very easy to do. Because it's only 5 arrows. Sure, if I miss, I can pick them up again. But what if I successfully hit something? I know that's shocking to consider that I might actually be able to pick something up. Or hit something, rather. Excuse me. But occasionally I do actually hit my target. I've played FPSs like that, usually fan mods. People who don't understand why Doom does the itemization it does. Oh, my extremely balanced minion. Yep, we've just invented cars. What? Why did that open briefly? Whatever. This is strange. Whoops. I probably don't need all 4, but, you know, whatever. There you go. That one in the air is, he's trying. He's doing his best. If you try to shield surf with a shield fused to something that'll get in the way, you'll fall. I can't shield surf with the wheel shield. I'm sad, no. The schweel. I like it. Yeah, I'm just going to leave that running until the end of time. Bye. Yeah, I noticed they give you infinite battery in shrines, which is a really smart choice. It allows you to just completely play with it. Yet, to cause the heat death of the universe. By draining all the energy out of the world, and then the galaxy. And then everything. Forever. Yeah, but I can't actually get rid of the wheel. Like, as soon as I unfuse it, it's destroyed. It's nothing I'm aware of. What's my opinion on Borderlands? Borderlands 1 sucks! Borderlands 3 sucks! Borderlands 3 sequel is okay. Borderlands 2 sucks! Borderlands movie sucks! I think it's everything. Justin Borderlands sucks! Actually, forgot about that one. There's a Borderlands show now? Yeah, there was a movie that recently came out and is already hitting streaming, which is what we in the business refer to as never a good sign. It's the same as it was in the DVD days and the VHS days. The sooner it comes out, the less money it made. There is, in fact, a Borderlands movie. It's even already out. Just call me Windman. Hey, Yada. Thank you for the sub, Yada, as always. And if you happen to know what you want to put it towards, please let me know. Oh my god, I have awoken the wind. I mean, I was actually talking about that during the Zelda run. Not that I expect you to actually watch that, but there was a strong desire for there to be tech elements in Zelda, literally going all the way back to Zelda 1, which was originally supposed to be a futuristic game. There we go. Not yet, no. But well, I was actually just about to, then I noticed I don't really have any shields free right now. I could destroy a particular shield, but the RPG block, Xenosaga, and DBZ Kakarot. You got it, Thank you. You know, I don't know if Jack is in the Borderlands film. He is. He's probably not voiced by the same person. Eh. Well, the good news is the film's terrible, so it's a good thing that he's not in it. Seriously, it's... people are already suggesting it for Razzie elements. Or Razzie Consideration. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. Yes! Success. Zoom do me a quick favor and Google Call of the Dragons. Probably a mobile game. I'm just curious. That's what I figured. You know, if I had a plank right now. That's what I figured. Thank you, Mr. Red, for checking that. I just received a sponsorship opportunity for streaming that game. Oh yeah, I keep... Considering how often I use Ascend, it is hilarious how often I forget it even exists. Come on, arrows! Oh. Meh, I say. Pokemon! Despite what the numbers say, more positive than negative so far. Although those numbers are misleading at the moment. Hey, Diabeepus. Thank you for the sub, as always. Oh yeah, whole lot of uncodified things. Lots of question marks in the document right now. So that's going towards the BRPG block. Blops. And Kingdom Hearts block. You got it. And not Zelda. Well, if you notice, I'm kind of working my way back up to the Rito area up here. Although... I missed one. Well, hopefully, that job is treating you well. Yeah, the reason I only use you for your arrows. That sounds like a really weird harem game, doesn't it? Or a dating sim. Why did you choose me? Of all the people you could have chose, why did you date me? Well, you refill my arrow count every day. Oh. No, no, it's really useful. Oh. Funny you say that, Dream Whisperer. I haven't been forgetting recall, I just haven't seen a lot of use for it. Or, I guess more accurately, I haven't been thinking in that direction. Might be a better way to phrase that. Might have been a little bit too slow on this one. No, I know I have recall. It's Ascend I keep forgetting I have. I do have a glider, yes. As you can see. Okay, fine, whatever. That would be a funny way to do this. If it even lets me. Ah! I screwed up the timing. Ah, whatever. Screw it. Screw it. Do it the easy, boring way, I guess. I've actually heard of Date Everything. And yeah, pretty much it was literally mentioned to me because of the relation to Cherem anime? Oh god, I think that's how it's pronounced. You know, one thing I do think they improved definitively in this version? In Breath of the Wild, all the special power-ups had cooldowns. And while I get why they did that, it ultimately just made it more frustrating. More so than it really needed to be. There's no cooldowns in this one. So... How is that a monster tip? No, come back. Bye. I'll always remember you. What happens when it hits the ceiling? Is there a ceiling? Okay, nope, there is a ceiling up there. But yeah, the mere fact that it's probably not ear-piercing you already acts probably says all it needs to. The aesthetic is also much less eye-piercing-y. No, wait! Crap. Looks like whoever said that earlier was right. Time is frozen when we're in the mid thing, see? No! God damn it. No! 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 Just for that, you get the ultimate punishment. You need to go back to being stuck under the platform. I don't think so, Blades at all. But admittedly, the truthful answer is I don't know. It does not want me to do that. That's interesting. Okay, it does not want me to adhese that. Like, I can just leave it there. No, I'm gonna do this now. This is happening. Just to get it on with. Come on, let's go. Let's go. want to waste any more time. High on Life. I have not heard of it. What is it? It would have worked if I had been quicker on the controls, that's all I'm saying. But it would have taken me a while, because any screw-up would involve starting over, so... Rick and Morty game. Nope. I actually do know what you're talking about, and that is Turbo Vetoed. Ultra Vetoed. One would even say Omega Vetoed. Like, they haven't even come up with a veto big enough to explain how much that game is vetoed. They're still working on it. Top scientists are working around the clock to come up with an explanation for how vetoed that game is. Perfect! Behold my glory. I am being a little bit facetious for the sake of humor, but the truth is, it is absolutely vetoed. 100%. I have absolutely no interest in a Rick and Morty game. Thank you very much. Hell, I actually still haven't watched Lower Decks, in part because the fact that it was being done by the Rick and Morty team. And that was just a turbo no for me. I believe you. And now I know that. But the reason I didn't watch Lower Decks when it came out, which I otherwise might have, is specifically because of the fact that it was a Rick and Morty show, and so that was just an immediate nope for me. It wasn't until it was already in Season 2 that people were like, hey, it's actually good, and it's like, well, okay. Still haven't watched it, of course. But at least it's watchable. How is it possible to be Rick and Morty but wholesome? That's antithetical to what Rick and Morty is. I'm not even being facetious. That's the whole point of Rick and Morty, is everything is awful forever. Ah, there we go. Had a thought. I wonder if they refill in this little free weapons cache. Arrows. Probably only once a blood moon, if I were to guess. But, you know. If I can even remember where the weapons are. There are weapons down here, right? Okay, here they are. Junk weapons? Jesus. A bokoblin horn. And yeah, my amiibos are boxed up, unfortunately. I mean, I could dig them out, but... But I do not see any arrows, unfortunately. Yeah. Would have been cool. I mean, as long as the amiibos give me more arrows, I'm cool with it. Yeah, by the way, some people have been staring at these negative 40s here. I should mention, I haven't given a single one of the durability negatives, even as a question mark. Because the durability problem is such an extensive problem that it's not like one thing, right? So I have no idea how that's going to line up. Like when you give 19 separate, right, negative synergies, it's not really one negative, right? Okay. The biggest problem so far has been the inventory space, which continues to be a problem. That being said, I'm also avoiding combat like the plague. Yeah, I haven't fought any bosses and I haven't cleared any areas. There's actually a specific quest I already have to go help one of the monster squads clear an area, and I have been avoiding that pretty deliberately. See, Lunarith understands. I mean, yeah, even the blue enemies at this point will quite literally two-shot me. And that's with the improved armor I have on. This is the rest of the stream right here. Farming arrows. We can wrap it up. Everyone head home. We're just farming arrows. Oh. Did we already hit the cap? Wow. Yeah, we did. That was fast. Yeah, no. We're already done. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's an arrow cap per item. It's pretty low, as you just saw. That is a good question. And the reason I didn't answer is because, in such a non-linear game as this, who knows, honestly. It's just... Oh god, PUBG bought the company? That's terrible. I mean, the arm has 20 damage, so if I ever fight anything real, that arm is going to come out immediately. I don't know and yes, respectively, Bionic Punk. Damn, there are 4 more. Well, okay. I do like how the combat shrines are more or less literally tutorials. Instead of just, you know, hey. Well, so the reason I push back against that, Blade Taval, is most of the enemies that I'm mentioning that can two-shot me are in the areas that are the starter zone. I haven't roamed at all. Well, I mean, okay, I have. But the highest thing I've seen is a low-level Lionel, which I avoided like the plague. Why would you level 20 characters, Ruth? Alright, what do we got? What do we got? Oh, is this just a blessing shrine? Okay, I can accept that. Nice. Well, when I say a low-level Lionel, I mean it would only kill me in one shot, instantly. Without effort, if I did anything wrong at all. And it would take me probably like 20 minutes to kill it. Yeah, I think both of you have more max characters than I do at this point. And will continue to, because I'm only going to level, like, a couple of characters specifically for the review run. Yeah, I would also completely... That's another thing. If you remember, during the Breath of the Wild run, we actually were fighting a Lionel successfully, but we didn't have enough durability to kill it. Do you remember that? Because that's a real problem. I still haven't found the person to turn Korok seeds into inventory space, by the way. So even though I have a few Korok seeds, I'm actually sure how many right now. 7. I can't do anything with any of those. Nah, don't tell me yet. If it starts to be an honest issue, I'll just ask. I'll hit the Google point. I will admit, as much as I myself praise WoW for being such an alt-heavy game, I tend to not level alts unless there's a pretty defined reason to do so. It's easy to explain in simplicity, because the last time I did that was during Legion. Yeah, that... Cool. Good morning, Holt Bolt. That sounds... Yeah, that sounds about like any given release. I hope it did actually go... Let's use the word successfully. Well, it's a good word in this case. That doesn't make sense. Why didn't it roll? No, wait, come back. Okay, well, this is my life now. Bye. Yeah, I actually have a term for that. Early game hell. Something that I do personally think that Breath of the Wild suffered from. I'm not sure if this one did yet. So far I've been able to... I hesitate to use the word bullcrap, but I've been able to bullcrap my way around a lot of things that I probably shouldn't have been able to. Yeah, a little bit bionic. Only a little, though. Yeah, I will admit, I'm scared about when I start doing real things, because I'm pretty sure real things are just going to destroy me. Perfect! Yeah, one thing we talked about, and I kind of think is a bad thing, is the amount of your combat capacity that's directly dependent on your armor is huge. And the reason that's a bad thing, or arguably a bad thing, is specifically because that means your armor is locked behind money. Not gathering items, not finding the armor piece itself, money, because money is what upgrades the fairies. And money was kind of a rare resource in Breath. I don't know how to upgrade the fairies in this one. We'll have to see. If that problem continues. Yeah, Ganondorf was like, you know what? Die. Yeah, then there's armor upgrade materials. That's actually one of the biggest reasons I'm not going with the, I actually know what it's called. The wild suit, I want to say. It's the one that requires star shards to upgrade. And, doable. But much less aggravating than just grinding. See you around, Kennex Gal. Have a good day at work. Much less aggravating than just grinding, you know, Lynels, which, yeah. Lynels are lucrative in general. Okay. Yeah, having said that, I'm not committed to that. Obviously, a whole lot of this is wait and see, which is one of the biggest reasons why so many of those positives and negatives are not codified yet, is because there's a whole lot of we'll see. I'm making a lot of presumptions right now. Yeah, I didn't think that would work. Tell me it resets? Oh, it resets. Okay, good. Does the other thing reset? Okay, it does too. Horse gets confused. Let's just have a horse gets confused counter at this point. If you're wondering why that keeps happening, I don't even remember what button it is because I'm hitting it on accident. But, like, some of the buttons do something when you're holding down L or R or Z. And if you're not, then, you know, it does something else, like this thing with the horse. Yeah, let's do that first, actually. Well, no, I can't. It's not going to work. Oh, absolutely, Dakota. I can't do that. That's not physically possible. Okay, no idea. One little touch I haven't commented on yet that I really appreciate. When you're doing rotations, you get this. It's not super necessary, but it is a nice, quick and dirty, this is your axis you're currently manipulating kind of a thing, you know? Still a little bit off center. Let's just try it, see what happens. Actually do have an idea anyways, but I don't think it's gonna work. Too slow. Too slow. Couldn't even switch quickly enough. Couldn't even switch quickly enough. I was trying to recall it back up. I don't know how to do this. I can't make something to go around this because that's impossible. So, yeah, I don't know what to do. No, it totally looks like toothpaste. Get loose. Get loose. Yeah. There we go. Oh, hang on. I'm implementing Freeze's solution here. Let's see if I can get this to work. Probably can't, at which point we'll try another solution. There's nothing I love more than wasting time. That's a terrible idea. That's a terrible, awful build. I don't even deserve credit for that. That is awful. Literally Freeze's idea. What was your idea, Dream Whisperer? You know, there might actually be enough panels. There were quite a few. So. Oh yeah, by the way, I noticed this earlier. Oh, it's just a waterfall. Okay. And it just terminates weirdly, like right at the zone line there. Never mind. I have figured out what the thing was. There's another thing I noticed, too, although I think we'll find out what that is soon. Which is that thing. That is right over the Rito territory over there. So yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Don't worry, don't worry. I'm sure it's fine. They're going to kill us all, is the truth. We're all dead. Combat training, archery. Do you have any arrows for me? Yeah, the flying birds wouldn't have any issues with giant, unstoppable magical storms. I do like how it does the fast travel Noctis. Yep, time to steal some arrows. Or not. Some arrows over here, though. And more arrows. Yeah, I should be over here to make sure that he's putting the arrows someplace where I can loot them. Really? I'm already out? Alright, whatever. I gotta act. Wait. Bull crap. Not you, act. At least not that I'm aware of. You want to give me 20 more arrows? Like 50? 100? Please have the chest have like 100 arrows in it. Really nice. Like, I would accept that. I would be okay with that if you want to just, you know... No? Okay. Nothing but construct bows right now. Thank you for being part of the show, Act. 3 hours to the gate. Cool, cool, thanks. Arrows? A strong bow. Well, sure, whatever. I don't actually know how to answer that question, Venters. Have you played Dragonflight? I suppose would be the quick and dirty answer. Okay, so that's going towards PMD block, Entropy 02, and Undertale yellow. You got it. See, if I really wanted to put my finger on the scale, metaphorically speaking, you know what I'd do? Every donation also goes towards Echoes of Wisdom. Even if you put it towards other things, it's going towards Echoes of Wisdom. No, that's stupid. And would make no sense to do that. How do you make chashu pork, Dragon? You're fine, you're fine. Go into the magical realm of death. Xalatath is an ancient entity that's been around since the books, actually. Was introduced in the games in Legion, and was briefly in BFA. We don't know who or what Xalatath is yet, so don't worry, you're not missing anything there. How many donuts? Honestly, I could really go for some donuts right now. Like, if you can make donuts happen in my real life, done. Yeah, I've noticed the Wukong game is taking off, which makes me wonder why. Oh, don't mistake me, I'm sure it's a good game or all, but like, usually when a game takes off, it has nothing to do with whether or not the game is good or bad. That would have also been in Legion Ventures. I think the graphics of this game are better than Breath of the Wild. Yes. 100%. Literally, if for no other reason... Whoops. I got a donation from Peter. Write that down earlier. Literally, if for no other reason than for the shrines, which are much, much less horrible. How did I make that? Well, you see, what I did, Linerith, is I reached out to Kay, and I said, hey, Kay, can you make an animation of the Lich King bowing? And he was like, you got it. And I don't know why I said, you've got it, and I've got you in the same sentence, but he did. It's very important. It's actually kind of impressive when you think about it. So, Eastward, Star Fox block, and Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. Thank you, Rakaji, very, very much. I don't know, Linerith. I have no idea how he made it. And Irame put it towards the beat, up block, awful block, and Yakuza block 2. Thank you, Irame. Always appreciate your support. But yeah, no, I'm sorry. If you've ever looked at the top most concurrent games on Steam, the list is telling, you know. It's not, like, the best games. It's the games that had the most players on at the same time. And a lot of it's... trash? Is that a good word? I don't know. Almost all of it's multiplayer, yeah. Like, you know, you got Counter-Strike up there, you've got Dota 2 up there, you've got PUBG up there. PUBG is actually at the top, which is just ridiculous. Banana is on there. New World is on there. I mean, give me a break, you know. Yeah, no, it is a very terrible metric to gauge the success of a game. Quite possible, Dream Whisperer. But PUBG still, as of this moment, has the most consecutive players record. And that is a metric people use to gauge success. So here we are. I saw that tweet, Linerith. And I wouldn't pay attention to that tweet at all. Really. Actors do that kind of thing all the time. It's part of promotion. Yeah! Probably shouldn't be working. Oh my god! Don't clip that. Do I get a replacement rocket? Do I get a replacement rocket? Game? Game? It's actually a good question. Well, this thing's always been useless, so let's do this. Apparently, yes, is the answer to the question. I know, right, Linerith? Like, I sort of get why they don't allow actors to be honest, but at the same time, I really disagree with the fact that they don't allow actors to be honest when it comes to promotional stuff. It's doubly frustrating, too, because it leads to that wonderful thing where, because I'm sure some of you have seen this happen, especially with, like, movies, where an actor will be like, oh man, this movie's going to be great, it's got X and Y and Z, it's fantastic, and then the movie comes out and they're like, yeah, I hated it from day one. It was one of the dumbest projects I've ever been a part of. I only did it for the money. And it's like, could you have said that beforehand? Yeah, legally, no, they couldn't say that beforehand, which is sort of the problem. It's not really a problem with the actors, it's the problem with the industry, as is true with so many things. Not yet, Kitten Fan, no. We'll see. I'm sure we'll get there. I am very stupid after all. Yeah, no, what I'm about to do is just the dumbest possible idea. It's gonna be great. Huh! So that's what happens when you adhere a rocket to your shield. If it's not obvious, I didn't know that was going to happen. You'll also notice it used the rocket, by the way. Probably not Noctis. Because even pulling the shield out immediately triggered the rocket to go off. So I don't think there's enough time to do it. Then again, who knows? Probably Venters. Probably. No, come on, game. Come on! So now I have 3 rocket shields. But I was asked, can I do a rocket? No! Wrong button. Hang on, I gotta get another one. Give me a second. I was asked if I could do a rocket spear. I like it. Alright, so there's your rocket glide. Oh, if we cut off before it just detonates, it actually saves the rocket. That's interesting. Okay, well, we now have some rocketry. You know, while we're here... Like, just, you know, while we're here, right? We're just gonna load up. I look like a Mega Man character. I straight up look like a Mega Man character. Yeah, I'm just playing Rocket Man now. I'm just playing Rocket Man. Yep, this is just yep. I shouldn't do that. It's gonna waste durability. Yes, please, Kitten fans. Sorry. Please share how you think the durability problem was fixed. I would like to know. I now have a source of rockets. Enemy horns. Do you care to elaborate on what enemy horns are and what that means? I don't want to throw it because it's going to blow it up. But I'll do it at some point. I have a feeling we know what's going to happen when I throw it. I've got a vibe. I just walk into town with my great sword. Hang on. Actually, let's go back to the spear. With my rocket spear and my rocket shield. And I'm like, hey, you got any free weapons? Why would you need them? Well, you know. I swear this takes longer than it did in Breath of the Wild. Why does it take long? Oh, okay. It only plays the animation one time. Holy crap, that is an improvement over the original. I withdraw that complaint. Give me my stamina. I've so many times I've been wanting more stamina. That's gonna help a bit, I think. All right. So I think we've mostly swept all the things I've done so far. I was gonna try out something. Ah, right. That is here. No, I think it's leggings, chest piece, helmet are the only 3 armor pieces. Before we do MSQ, I want to try out something, because it's been poking me in the back of my mind this whole time. And yeah, I was just thinking I need to unequip my shield. I may have nothing but rocket shields. So we'll just go without a shield for the time being. Oops, wrong way. Wrong way. Yes, I'm going the right way now. Over this way, I want to say. Oh yeah, I've had some fun in the depth already. We spent a couple hours down there yesterday. Where's the squad? I saw them. Oh, there they are. A rocket shirt. Alright, let's do it, men.
Hi.
Last time we met was at Harrow Castle. Yep,
Oh.
Once we approach, we'll wait for the opportunity and launch our attack.
Ooh.
Let's do it. Don't worry. I've got a rocket spear. Oh my god, rocket horse. That's perfect.
Hey.
Charge! That was actually a sneak attack. Oh, it's using energy to... Oh, that's interesting. No, I didn't want to talk to you, jackass. Go away. Alright, my spear's badly damaged. You know what that means. Oh my god, they can still two-shot me. That's what that means. There's what happens when we throw it. Jesus. Okay. There's one of my other rocket weapons. Yeah, speaking of which, click. Ah. It would be awful if these respawn every blood moon. What's the point? This totally does kind of feel Hyrule Warriors light, doesn't it? You can do it, guys! I mean, you can't, because you suck, but, you know, pretend you can.
Hi.
Yeah, sure, what's up?
Oh. Oh.
I was told you wield a special sword. Your weapon doesn't seem all that different from ours. The one I heard about reveals its true power when wielded by someone worthy. 100 rupees, nice. Yes, it did, Blade Javal. But there's still no actual durability indicator, just you're low, and that's it.
Ooh.
Hout Fort Hateno is next.
Hey.
Remind me to check this place the next time we have a blood moon. This is my land now, PM Triox. It always will be. I mean, I would almost guarantee the enemies are going to respawn. That's why I'm curious. Anything worth replacing? I could get rid of this. Go away. Where did that go? Yeah, I figured, Frieza. That's a shame. That's fair. If you get 100 rupees each time, that's not terrible. But at the same time, 100 rupees isn't really a lot when you need tens of thousands. Assuming the same ratio as last time. Bethesda quests. Okay, so... Yeah, that's another thing. If the mobs level, as we get to higher levels of blood respawning or whatever that's actually called, like the world state, ow, then yeah, that's gonna suck at a certain point. Interesting. Really short range, but whatever. Arrows! The most valuable thing in the universe. Other than rupees. Yep, I did that entire thing, wiped out that whole camp to get some arrows. Well, before we do MSQ, one last thing I want to do. Just really quick. Because when I was roaming earlier, I ran into a, well, I don't want to call it a plot thing, but this voice spoke from the ether and said, Lord, do the content off camera. And I was like, no, I refuse. So now we're going to do it. Are all the enemies still here? Actually, I have a much better question. What? What? Looks like I could use that as a weapon fuse, though, if I wanted to. I'm so sorry, Spark. I do like how relatively quick that is. And now we've got the stamina to kind of do something with it. Yeah, that means everything I have is fused except for the frickin' Bokoblin arm. Oh well. It was all worth it for the onion. Meh. Nothing. There's one of those grabbable platforms, but nowhere to really take it or do anything with it. What are those? Those are fairies. Actually lost them. Where'd they go? Didn't get it. Still didn't get it. Ah! There we go. Jesus. There's a Sunderline here, too. Yeah, as I say, at our current health, that is straight up a 1-up. A 1-up straight up, you might say. Yeah, looks like we spooked the other one, though. You can even see the damn thing in the sun. Okay. Good to know. We have a... Oh, hello. We have a location for fairies now. Nah. Yeah, Great Plateau. Hey, Darth Trinius. I didn't actually do anything in Kakariko yet, so I'm not sure. Look, I'm not delaying the MSQ. It's just, this is something... So I really did wander up here. I was looking for shrines. Just in general. Didn't find any. But... while I came up here, a voice... This is actually true. A voice really did pop up and say, "Come visit me." And I'm like, well, okay. So... here we are. What? Tough fabric bearing a nostalgic design. It looks like it could be used to make a paraglider. Okay. Did I have a glider? Right here. Oh, cosmetics. Okay, cool. I didn't know there were skins for that. As a result of you draining the water from the gate, a part of me has been freed. Oh yeah, I did that too. You have earned my gratitude. I speak to you now from the depths below in the guise of this statue. You who hear my voice. I direct you to the 4 chasms across the plateau. Each one has one of my eyes. Deliver the stone to me, and your reward will be yours. Okay, that sounds extremely sus, and the kind of thing I would never do under any circumstances. So we're going to prioritize doing this over the MSQ, obviously. Yeah, so far the side quests I've seen have been pretty basic X's of Y's. The only exceptions are taking that enemy camp, which we just did, and this thing, I would say. More arrows. Yeah, a mysterious voice from the depths wants its eyes back, and it has at least 4 of them. Sure. This is a good idea. Yeah, of course we're gonna do this immediately, right? Eyeball boss, let's do it. Oh yeah, 1.5 hearts? I got this. I was actually kind of hoping to find some kind of, anything around here to restore off of, but I didn't even find any apples, so okay. Found some chews. Does that count? Down we go. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Let's course correct a little. Loading, please wait. Oh yeah, so for those of you who haven't seen this, welcome to the depths. I don't see... Never mind, there's one. Sorry, any enemy down here is deadly, so we're just gonna avoid combat like the plague. I know, no real difference than our current standard operating procedure. So I noticed we've actually already been over here. You'll notice we've got that part lit up. Looks like, yeah, looks like that flower over there is already... Whoop, whoop, whoop. Lit. I just said that, Spartan. There was X of Y's, and that was kind of it. I even gave it a negative. Okay, they stopped following me. Okay. Let's creep our way back. Top 3 Darkness levels in games? Oh, geez. Well, I mean, Moldwood definitely is at the top of that list. No question. But... I feel like the end of the world in Kingdom Hearts 1 needs to get at least an honorable mention there. I'm even pretty sure I know where I am. Yeah. There's the central mine right there. And a boss fight that I'm still waiting on going back to doing. And I was right. That's the flower I was seeing earlier. I don't have room for any weapons anyways. So we'll just let that go. I have tons of light seeds, but I was looking around for an actual plant, but I don't see any plants, like, anywhere nearby. At all. Alright. Where are those dumb things? That's true, we are free of the bloom down here. You can always look at the side benefits. Where are the damn things? Am I staring right at them? Oh, there they are, 162. There we go. The irony is one of the few things you can see definitively even in total darkness in this section. It's the enemies, so you can always tell where the enemies are. Unless they spawn in your face, of course. Still don't see a flower in the region. Yeah, enemies and the death loop, that's true. Ironically, I think the lighting down here is pretty well designed. There we go. Well, part of the reason I mentioned that is not just because the uneasiness, that's the story side of things, which of course makes perfect sense. But also gameplay-wise, too many fictions, shows, movies, and especially games forget that darkness doesn't mean just making it so you can't see. That's just irritating. Nit. Sorry, the reason I kept okay. I should explain why I keep having issues throwing an item. It's because after playing Breath of the Wild, I have programmed myself mentally to never hit the R button ever. So I don't accidentally, you know, throw my weapon and destroy it, because the durability problem. So you're like, use the R button, and my immediate thought is just, I don't know if I want to do that. Hell, if I let go on accident, I will end up throwing my weapon anyways, and that'll suck. What is that? Still haven't found this. Oh, those are enemies. Still haven't found this eye. I could use a torch. But why would I do that? That's crazy talk. Yeah, I hear him. I don't think I'm gonna make that trip. Yeah, that's way too much gloop for me to try to traverse right now. But that is definitely a thing over there, and I kind of want to see what it is. Let's go ahead. Okay, so hang on. So it's
Yeah.
Okay, I thought there was something over there. I thought about rocket shielding, but I don't want to waste my rocket shields. Yeah, I know I could refill them relatively easily, but still. This is still up. This still counts. Let's see if we can go up here. So, it's one of those spots, which is not what I was expecting. But I'm still curious enough to try and grab. Thank you, Vigilant. Very much as always. Give me a moment. I will go put that towards something. Nothing's changed is the answer to your question, Vigilant. So, who knows? Old World Blues, Fallout London, Master of Orion. Done. Nothing's changed, nothing new. The reason I decided to just go back to streaming and say screw it. Then, you know, it's kind of my job, and I do need to pay the bills. I'll say, yeah, this looks like a rather extended way back up. Well, since I don't see anything else nearby, sure. Loading, please wait. Okay. I've noticed those random things all over the place. Still don't know what those are. I guess I don't care either. It's just random thoughts. Yeah, the MSQ will be like, oh yeah, those are the... Duh. I mean, if we go down enough, we will eventually reach the floor. Assuming we're on a planet and not a plane. If we're on a plane, then we'll go down enough, and then we'll just be in space, and that will be very unpleasant. For about 5 seconds. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I didn't visually react, because my first thought was height. It's just... Just height. Just height. I honestly wasn't expecting it to de-aggro. I was just trying to plan how to get out of there. Ugh.
Hi! Hi!
Interesting.
Ah!
Right now I'm trying to wrap up everything that is currently... that I haven't done. Before we get back to the MSQ. And that's actually only one thing. Which is the thing I was in the middle of doing. Just triggering the extremely obvious boss. And then not being able to fight it, and then fleeing from it. And then going and doing the MSQ. See, what gyms need to do is they need to just start showing my stream on the video, so people can watch my stream and then exercise at the same time. Rito. We're definitely doing Rito first. The game has done too much to emphasize we should do Rito first for me not to do Rito first. I have to see what kind of a decision that is. I was actually double-checking myself on that. It has actually been 7 separate bits of indicator saying, hey, go to Rito. And while all the other ones have had at least 1, and the pirates have had 2... Rito has had 7. Yeah, this is safe. Okay. I mean, it made sense to do Zora first in Breath, because if you remember, the game does the exact same thing there. It indicates, hey, go do Zora first. Just making sure it got down here. Yeah, I think this is one of the eyes. I was hoping for more of a beam coming out of that, to be honest with you. Nope. What do you mean, Dara? How is she different? I mean, she's aged 6 years, but that's it. I haven't decided what I think of the depths so far. They seem rather empty, but, like, at the same time, well-designed. That's why I haven't jotted down anything positive or negative for them yet. I'm still kind of, when it comes to the depths. Yeah, too much darkness. 3 out of 10. Well, I found the nearby plant. Where the hell's the temple I'm taking this crap to? It's probably... No? That's the pit. Is there anything temple-y around here? Other than the abandoned central mine? Well, the temple here is right here. Which is at the mine. Well, okay. So let's assume Frieza's correct. Because I have, like, so little direction, and carrying this thing is really slow. No, don't tell me yet. Because I would have done exactly what Frieza just suggested to do if I was just playing by myself, which is go ahead and get all 4 down here, and then if there's no further direction, then I'd hit Google. So let's go ahead and get this over here. By the workshop. Oh, there's no warp point around here, is there? Shame I can't just ascend up here, that'd be nice. Oh yeah, I do have the root. That's a good point. Actually, I don't think I've ascended up a route yet, sorry. Oh, there we go. I was gonna say, can I ascend up the route? Huh. Hang on. One more. Maybe. It's probably not gonna work. Yeah, okay. Okay. Well, I guess that's true. Screw it, yeah. I was say my other option was the spire Excuse me, the spire. So I want that one. I like how we get this Dragon Questy overworld music. Airship kind of music, actually. Whenever we're descending. Oh, she totally did, Aerith. It's Spire. Let me guess, 10. Valerian. Oh, I passed it. Here it is. Yeah, that updated immediately, so there's probably a flag being set the moment you toss it down. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it despawns it like just 10 feet below the surface, and then respawns it down there. That's what I would have done anyways. Sorry, I was just thinking how much I wish I could go faster than this. Like, this is going to be like a good 5-minute trip. Just kind of walking. I'm hopeful that whatever reversal is in this game is better than horses, because I was not impressed with horses in Breath. Horses were way too limited. Unless you had literally the DLC, they were kind of worthless. Whatever it takes, however. Oh, they actually got rid of the teleporting saddle in this game. So yeah, horses are now officially useless. Straight up. I need to reach my friend. I got you. I will help you reach your friend. That would be an interesting decision, actually. Anyways, bye. Moving on. But yeah, no, like, I do legitimately think that starting off a game like this, especially a sequel with some kind of traversal tech like that, would actually be a really cool idea. I've seen a couple of games open up with traversal right off the bat. And while that's obviously something you have to be very careful about doing, if it can work out really, really well, especially in a game that's really huge and with tons of stuff to do. Oh, wait, that sounds familiar. So yeah, I think like opening up with the motorcycle would have been a really cool idea, especially if you could then upgrade it to fly. I have absolutely no idea, Linearth. I'm sorry. I don't even have an estimate. This game right here, I don't even know how long this game's going to take. Yeah, I was actually going to say Elden Ring arguably starts early like that, although that's kind of a debatable, because Elden Ring doesn't tell you you can get the goat right at the beginning. So it doesn't quite, you know, count. However, Elden Ring does legitimately count, like, partially, because of the fact that you can go get that goat, and that goat really opens up the game, like, a lot. You know, here's a weird example of a game that pulls that. FF10-2. I know, weird example, but it's true. FF10-2 has the freedom point right at the beginning. Like, as soon as you leave the tutorial and the intro dungeon, which is 2 separate missions, you can just go wherever. Just like that. And it works better than it probably should. I wonder why they do the load screen. Yeah, exactly. In contrast, FF10's freedom point is very, very, very much at the end. Okay, so probably gonna have to burn one of these. Let's see if we can identify which one it is first. I'm with you on that, Dream Whisperer. I don't like the aesthetic of Elden Ring either, or any of the Souls-likes. I always call it the desiccated look. Because you know what I mean, right? Anybody knows what I mean. There's a pretty specific look to the Dark Souls games, to the Souls-likes games. It's that combination of rotten and mummified. No, post-apocalypse doesn't have to look like that. I mean, Fallout doesn't look like that, for example. To use one example. I wasn't even going to comment on the weird horn thing he's got going on. Now, the funny part is that's exactly what I wanted to have happen. That was extremely on purpose. Unfortunately, I didn't realize it would kill me trying to get the damn thing. Thank God we had that fairy. Oh, you could argue that there's a reason for it, Tsar. And that's valid. I'm not going to argue against it. I just kind of don't care, you know? As the old saying goes, deliberately gross is still gross. Unfortunately, I don't have a flame sword this time around, which is a damn shame, because that is a great utility weapon in the first game. I have a few ways of making fire. Yeah, we might have to go with the classic flint and wood here. I do not have a lot of lumber. I might have to fix that. I don't have the flamethrower shield anymore. I do have 3 rupees. I do have fire fruit, too. So that's this, and then this. And this. When I'm on fire. Still can't even tell if this is the right one. I think it is. There we go. I was right. Yay. In you go. One more. Not sure what's going on with that lake. Oh, I see him. Okay. So, Dream Whisper said I could throw out some kind of fruit, which is probably the ice fruit. Yep. Now to die. You know what? Actually, we're gonna go and blow one of those. What do I think of the environment? I mean, it's pretty much unchanged from Breath. But what do you think of the environment, Evo? Especially the under area, which is the very much new area. Yeah, I feel like it is more optimized than Breath of the Wild was. I've only noticed a couple of hiccups on load times, and the culling is much better. I've noticed that immediately. Not sure about the shadowing, and the bloom is just as bad as it always has been. Yeah, it makes sense that they would have to do an optimization pass, because, you can fall from the sky down to the ground very quickly, and from the ground to the underworld very quickly. So that makes sense, right? Probably not for another, 5 hours, Spartan, given their usual. I was actually just thinking, Jesse's Mask, if it's possible to go from the sky to the depths in any given spot. I don't know what frame rate this is, to be honest with you. It certainly stutters a lot. I've noticed that, too. There are definitely some frame rate issues. Okay, yeah. Most prosperous Hyrule? Ironically, A Link Between Worlds is one of the first ones that occurs to me. Low the one having issues there. Hyrule's fine. Depends on what exactly they're doing, Spartan. The Master Switch. We're just calling it that now, aren't we? I wish I'd come up with that name. Oh, it's such a great title. The Master Switch. There it is. Yep. Figured it was under something. Oh god, that was my sister, wasn't it? Damn her. Hell, I didn't even come up with a name for Lorecrafts. That was Pax who came up with that. Okay. You've now thrown all the okay, so yeah, let's do it. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Hold on a second. While we're up here, let's get some big pose. Oh God, Bragwin. I always sucked at those stages too. Yeah, imagine the Skyrim depths, but good, and that's what the depths are. That sounds facetious, but I don't mean it like that. Like, for real, the Skyrim depths were always disappointing to me. Well, I haven't played the DLC yet, Sperm. So, let's see what we got down here. By the way, hi, Silvercom. Whoop! There's the eye, like, right there. Okay. I have a real weapon? I do actually have a real weapon. I have a couple real weapons. I call that the I'm not screwing around weapon. Okay. So here's the thing. Where do you want me to take it? It kind of is literally my boomstick. It's a sword with a rocket attached. The quest said... I actually even read this. All it remains is to carry them through the depths to the source of the voice. And yeah, I know I can walk faster with Ultra Hand, but the problem is I don't know where I'm going. But... I also have to admit this is just kind of awkward to control. But it is faster, so we'll just kind of awkward it up for a bit. Oh, no. Okay. What do we got over here? First of all, got some new rockets. I just checked the quest log. What are these? These are new. Interesting. Yeah, no, that's even if chat wasn't constantly talking about it, that's pretty apparent what that is immediately. I saw it, Dakota. Sorry, I also just discovered the ability to steer. Let me jot that down really quick. I was going towards Max Payne 3, the Neo Block, and the Xenosagas. Thank you, as always. being part of the show, Dakota. Yeah, so who wants to build a hover thing? Still don't know what these are. Someone just tell me. What are these? What are these? Because I can't even scan them. Those are lights. We have things to us. Here's a simple question. Does more fans equal more speed in this game? Stop, stop, stop. Stop. Uh-oh. Okay, so let's do something slightly different. Still not even. Why is it so uneven? That's better. Hey, Enemy Show. Thank you for the sub. As always. If you give me a moment. Let's see. That's going towards Neo Block. Deja Vu. So play 3. Dragon's Dogma 2. Done. Speaking of dark levels. Okay. A little bit. Okay. That's... Sure. Dream Whisper. That sucks, but alright, fine. We're doing it that way. Trying to get efficient now. Really tempted about the other fans. I mean, okay, if I'm being honest, if I was just playing this by myself, the first thing I would do is attach more fans. Of course it is. Come on. Okay. Oh no, people have tried to enemy show, but nobody has succeeded yet. There we go. Yeah, this is the first steering stick we found. We actually hit the underground pretty early. Which, I mean, of course we did, honestly. Let's unfavorite that. I'm gonna leave that. Yep. Okay. Yeah, let's just try it. Let's see how this works out. For God's sakes. What's the name of this? The IMS Doomed. No, this isn't a military ship. ICS, I guess? Oh, right. Hang on. Actually, didn't need to attach that. There it goes. Ahem. Sorry. Forgive me. Turn down the volume a little bit. Oh my god. Wait. Stop. It screwed up. Why did it screw up so much? There we go. Why did it screw up? Ah! There we go. Yes! Perfect! Absolute perfection! Didn't even take off. Yeah, I probably should put it on the rails. Hang on. Let's try that again. Hang on. I actually forgot I'd taken it off the rails, so in my head it was still on the rails. Oh god, where was this? What is this? Right, so, where the hell am I? Okay, I see where I am. Here's the real question. Damn! It didn't save it. It didn't save it. Okay, that's my fault. If I'd known it wasn't going to save it, because I assumed it was going to save it, I wouldn't have let myself die. I would have pulled out the glider at the last second. That sounds like a good time to break for lunch.